Could it be that we are not the first advanced civilization to walk this earth? Perhaps long ago, cosmic observers watched from afar as great societies rose and then collapsed, their incredible technologies vanishing like dust in the wind. These lost civilizations, often brought down by cataclysmic natural events, left behind only faint whispers of their former glory. Faint clues still linger, pointing to a past far more sophisticated than we currently imagine. Tonight, we will journey back through the ages to uncover these forgotten empires and their truly remarkable technological feats. Let us now delve into an ancient world, a place filled with profound enigmas that are just waiting to be unraveled. For many years now, archaeological finds unearthed in distant corners of the world have presented a serious challenge to the conventional narrative of our history. Among the most fascinating of these discoveries is the Piri Reis map, a nautical chart from the 16th century. Certain interpretations of this map suggest that it portrays the continent of Antarctica before it was concealed by its immense present-day ice sheet. What is genuinely astonishing about this map, meticulously put together by the Ottoman admiral Piri Reis, is the incredible precision with which its coastlines are drawn. This fact prompts a very important question. How could the cartographers of that distant era have possibly had access to such a high level of geographic detail without the assistance of modern satellite imaging technologies? Another discovery that calls into question the widely accepted timeline of human technological progress is the Antikythera mechanism. This wonderfully complex device, which is over 2,000 years old, is generally regarded as being the world's earliest known analog computer. Its purpose was to predict astronomical positions and the movements of celestial bodies. Meanwhile, in South America, the enormous megalithic walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru stand as a profound architectural puzzle. Massive blocks of stone are fitted together with nearly flawless precision, all without the use of any mortar or other binding agent. It is thought that this perfect assembly was accomplished by meticulously carving and shaping each stone individually before it was set into place. The accuracy of this fitting was so extraordinary that it is impossible to slide even a thin sheet of paper between the joints of the stones. The Tower of the Winds in Athens was utilized for both keeping time and forecasting the weather. It is considered to be one of the very first meteorological stations in the long record of history. Heron's Aeolipile, an ancient device, is recognized as one of the earliest known instances of a reaction engine. Water held inside a spherical container is heated, which transforms it into steam. This steam then escapes through nozzles, which causes the sphere to spin and generate motion. The Byzantine Empire spread terror with Greek fire, a fearsome chemical weapon that would ignite and burn its enemies. It was used on numerous battlefields, where it instilled great fear and caused widespread destruction. Its ingredients were a closely guarded state secret. The rival powers of that time made many dedicated efforts to recreate this powerful weapon, but all of their attempts were unsuccessful, and its exact formula remains lost to the mists of time. The pyramids, those majestic structures that rise toward the sky from the desert sands, have for a long time been enduring symbols of awe and profound wonder. Traditionally, it has been believed that these monumental buildings were constructed to serve as grand tombs for the pharaohs and other important figures of ancient Egypt. However, this conventional view has been challenged by a number of interesting alternative theories that have since come to light. One of the most fascinating ideas suggests that the pyramids were not just burial places, but were instead sophisticated power centers for the spiritual life of the ancient Egyptians. Some researchers put forward the idea that the pyramids acted as temples for spiritual initiation, where deep rituals and sacred ceremonies took place to forge a connection with the divine realm. Another theory proposes that these structures had a practical purpose tied to astronomy. They might have operated as astronomical observatories, with their internal corridors and chambers precisely aligned to follow the movements of stars and planets across the night sky. This idea is given more weight by the fact that some pyramids show an amazing alignment with particular astronomical events. Additionally, there are those who believe that the pyramids could have performed a vital function in the management and distribution of water resources. According to this specific theory, the pyramids, working with a complex network of canals and reservoirs, were part of an advanced hydraulic system. This comprehensive system supplied water for farming and daily needs, and it also helped to purify water for use in religious rites and ceremonies. Another incredible possibility is that the pyramids served as gigantic power generators. Some researchers have theorized that by strategically using conductive materials and the natural geometry of their design, the pyramids had the capacity to generate energy. This compelling theory proposes that the ancient Egyptians had a sophisticated understanding of energy and physics far beyond what has been previously thought or acknowledged. Beyond these different theories, some people see the pyramids as a profound symbol of humanity's link to the cosmos. According to this particular viewpoint, they would symbolize key points of connection between the earth and the heavens, acting as a bridge between humanity and the divine, the earthly and the celestial. From this standpoint, the pyramids serve as a powerful emblem of humanity's deeper desire to understand its proper place within the immense expanse of the universe. In the field of medicine, Egyptian medical papyri, like the Ebers Papyrus, reveal a deep understanding of human anatomy, a variety of diseases, and their corresponding treatments. The Egyptians carried out complex surgical procedures, created medicines from plant sources, and had advanced knowledge in the area of dentistry. Their incredible skill in mummifying bodies, which preserved them for thousands of years, is a testament to their profound and wide-ranging knowledge of chemistry. Astronomy was another area where the Egyptians demonstrated great expertise. Their calendar, carefully based on the phases of the moon and the annual cycle of the Nile's flooding, was astonishingly precise. They were able to forecast astronomical events, which allowed them to plan their agricultural activities of planting and harvesting, a practice that was essential for their very survival. Such a high level of accuracy points to a detailed grasp of celestial movements and the ability to watch these events over very long periods. In the world of mathematics, the Egyptians created sophisticated systems for carrying out complex arithmetic calculations. These mathematical breakthroughs were critically important in the construction of their monumental architectural projects. But how did the Egyptians pull off such amazing feats without the help of modern technologies? Some scholars think that the secret to their success was their exceptional ability to carefully observe the natural world around them. Their deep connection with the Nile's environment and its natural cycles gave them the fundamental knowledge they needed to create a precise agricultural calendar. At the same time, their need to build durable structures in difficult conditions drove their unmatched skills in architecture and engineering. One of the most persistent questions that continues to fascinate scholars is how the ancient Egyptians, without any access to modern technological tools, were able to transport colossal blocks of stone. The monumental task of building the pyramids and temples required highly developed logistics for the precise movement and placement of stone blocks of incredible size. Over the years, a number of different theories have been put forth to explain this ancient puzzle, relying on archaeological findings, practical experiments, and historical writings. It is thought that one of the main methods the Egyptians used for moving these enormous stones was the use of sledges and rollers. The stones, after being cut from the quarry, were positioned on large wooden sledges, which were then pulled over rolling logs. This technique, while demanding a great deal of labor, enabled workers to shift the heavy blocks across sandy and uneven ground. However, pulling sledges loaded with stone across dry sand created a very significant amount of resistance. Archaeological finds indicate that the Egyptians may have used water to make the movement of these sledges easier. By wetting the sand just in front of the sledges, they effectively lowered the friction, which allowed fewer workers to move heavier blocks with much greater ease. Another vital part of their logistics was the transport of stones from quarries that were located at great distances from the building sites. The Egyptians cleverly used the Nile River, the essential arterial waterway that flows through Egypt, as a natural transportation highway. They built specialized boats that were capable of carrying massive stone blocks, using the river's current and favorable winds to travel along its course. Once at the construction site, the next challenge was to lift the stones to their final places on the progressively taller structures. The exact method they used is still a topic of ongoing discussion, but most experts agree that they employed a mix of ramps, levers, and immense human effort. Various types of ramps have been suggested. These ideas range from straight ramps that went from the base to the top of the pyramids to spiral ramps that wrapped around the structure as it was being erected. One thing is absolutely clear. Building these monumental structures required extremely careful planning, precise coordination, and a huge amount of dedicated manpower. The workers involved were not simply forced slaves, as was long and mistakenly believed, but were instead highly skilled laborers, experienced artisans, and clever engineers. The legends that speak of Atlantis have grown far beyond Plato's original descriptions, evolving into stories of a society that had remarkably advanced technologies. According to Plato, Atlantis was an island of enormous size, larger than Asia Minor and Libya put together, located beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Based on what Plato wrote, Atlantis would have been situated in what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. At the very center of this island, he carefully described a city built with concentric rings of water and land, which were all connected by a complex network of canals and bridges. The technology of Atlantis, as it has been imagined over the years, covers a broad spectrum from the believable to the utterly fantastic. Some accounts propose that the Atlanteans had an advanced understanding of crystal energy, which they used for peaceful purposes as well as for warfare. These crystals, as the legend goes, acted as powerful energy sources with remarkable healing abilities and the power to enhance human consciousness. Another fascinating aspect of the Atlantean legends is their supposed power to control the climate and natural elements. This extraordinary ability would have allowed them to keep an ideal climate for their agricultural work and to protect themselves from the destructive power of natural disasters. Maritime navigation is another area in which Atlantis was supposedly far advanced. It is said that the Atlanteans built ships and naval vessels that could cross vast oceans with remarkable speed and ease. This advanced capability enabled them to make contact with other civilizations and, possibly, even to colonize parts of the world that were known at that time. This capacity for widespread exploration and deep cultural exchange could potentially explain the striking similarities seen between myths and architectural styles found in different civilizations across various continents. The fall of Atlantis, as described by Plato, was as dramatic as its era of flourishing wealth. He writes about how, in a single day and night, the entire island disappeared beneath the waves, swallowed up by a natural disaster of epic and devastating proportions. This powerful story has led to numerous theories that try to connect Atlantis with real catastrophic events, like powerful volcanic eruptions, destructive earthquakes, or enormous tsunamis. Over the course of many years, the exact location of Atlantis has been the subject of countless theories, with proposed sites ranging from the Mediterranean Sea to the Caribbean, and even farther beyond. However, despite intense research and numerous expeditions, no solid evidence of its actual existence has ever been definitively found. Within the rich tapestry of myths and legends that make up India's deep cultural heritage, Vimanas hold a uniquely special position. They are described in careful detail in ancient scriptures such as the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, as well as in a variety of Vedic texts. Sometimes they are interpreted as actual flying vehicles, as divine chariots for the gods, or as advanced technological artifacts that belong to a lost age of unparalleled magnificence. The Ramayana tells the story of how Ravana, the king of Lanka, had a Vimana called Pushpaka, which was able to soar through the skies. The Mahabharata, for its part, describes the use of Vimanas in epic battles, which suggests that these machines were used for transportation and also had important military functions. Texts like the Samaranga Sutradhara offer even more detailed accounts, speaking of machines with multiple stories and the power to move in any direction. These complex descriptions have caused some scholars to speculate that Vimanas were not just creations of a fantastical imagination, but were instead records of highly advanced technologies that once existed in ancient India. Some researchers propose that Vimanas were real flying craft, powered by forms of energy not yet fully understood by modern science. This theory gets more support from accounts that describe Vimanas as giving off loud noises and brilliant lights. Others, however, argue that Vimanas, instead of being literal representations of physical machines, are symbolic of spiritual or metaphorical ideas. They represent humanity's natural ability to rise above the earthly world and reach divine spheres of being. In this view, Vimanas would be symbols of spiritual vehicles, rather than machines in the way we understand the term today. Located on the Salisbury Plains in England, this monument inspires an equal amount of astonishment and deep mystery. Despite numerous and thorough studies, the true identity of the builders of Stonehenge and the exact methods they used to build this monumental megalithic structure continue to be a lasting enigma. The origins of Stonehenge go back approximately 5 millennia, with different phases of its construction taking place over a period of more than 1,000 years. The enormous stones that make up the monument, which are known as sarsens, were brought from considerable distances. This fact by itself brings up a fascinating question. How did the ancient builders succeed in moving and putting up these gigantic stones without the advantage of modern technological equipment? The precise methods they used are still unknown, but researchers have suggested several clever techniques that could have been employed. One theory proposes the use of wooden logs as rollers for moving the stones, while another suggests that the stones were pulled using large sledges. The remarkable precision with which these stones were placed in alignment with various astronomical events strongly hints at an advanced level of knowledge in the field of astronomy. The ultimate reason for the construction of Stonehenge is yet another of the greatest mysteries that surrounds it. Numerous interpretations have been offered, from a temple built for the worship of the sun, to a funerary monument, or even an ancient astronomical calendar. The orientation of Stonehenge toward the summer solstice and the existence of burials nearby lend support to the theory that it had significant religious importance. The construction of Stonehenge shows not only advanced technical abilities, but also a complex social organization. The mobilization of human and material resources needed for its construction suggests that its builders were part of a well-structured and highly cooperative society. This, in turn, brings up deep questions about the social and political structure of these ancient communities and how they were able to achieve such a remarkable level of collaboration. Teotihuacan, known famously as the City of the Gods, stands as a mysterious example of the grandeur and intricate complexity of ancient pre-Columbian civilizations. Located within the Valley of Mexico, it grew to be one of the largest and most influential urban centers of its era. However, today, there are more questions than there are answers about the identity of its builders and the specific reasons that led to its eventual abandonment. Walking along the wide avenues of Teotihuacan, the ingenuity and careful urban planning of its people become instantly clear. The city was meticulously laid out in a grid-like pattern which highlighted the deep importance of symmetry and order. This precise layout made it easier to manage their complex systems of housing, trade, and religious ceremonies. The Avenue of the Dead, which acts as its main axis, connects majestic complexes such as the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon. The Pyramid of the Sun demonstrates the advanced astronomical and mathematical knowledge that its inhabitants possessed. This colossal structure, precisely oriented to mark solar events, allowed the residents of Teotihuacan to synchronize their agricultural and ceremonial activities with the cosmos. Its construction, accomplished without using the wheel or beasts of burden, shows the clever ability of the people of Teotihuacan to handle and position large volumes of stone. In the social realm, Teotihuacan had a complex and multi-layered society, but one that was also known for its remarkable cohesion. The city was home to distinct neighborhoods of artisans who specialized in pottery, obsidian, and textiles, with each one contributing significantly to the city's overall growth and prosperity. Despite these impressive advancements, Teotihuacan eventually faced a period of decline and was abandoned. The exact causes of this decline continue to be a subject of speculation, with theories that include internal conflicts, changes in climate patterns, and the overuse of natural resources. What cannot be denied is that during its peak, Teotihuacan served as a beacon of innovation and a crucial meeting place for the diverse cultures of Mesoamerica. This culture, which prospered in the lands we now know as Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador, built impressive cities within the dense jungle environments. But it also reached an advanced level of skill in mathematics, astronomy, agriculture, and writing. How were the Maya able to gain such profound wisdom? This ancient culture is most widely known for its intricate calendar system, which is unmatched in the ancient world. This sophisticated system featured a solar calendar called the Hab, made up of 365 days, and a ritual calendar, the Tzolk'in, with 260 days. These two calendars worked together to create the long count calendar, which could track long stretches of time with remarkable precision. The Maya used this complex system to mark the passing of time, to forecast celestial events, and to carefully plan their religious ceremonies. Mayan astronomy was, without any doubt, one of the most advanced of its time. They had the remarkable capacity to predict both solar and lunar eclipses and had detailed knowledge about the cycles of Venus. The records of their astronomical observations, carefully inscribed in codices and on monuments, offer compelling proof of their deep understanding of the cosmos. In the area of mathematics, the Maya introduced a revolutionary innovation by including the concept of zero, a breakthrough not recorded in many other ancient cultures. This crucial concept allowed them to create a highly efficient numerical system based on the number 20, which they used for their complex astronomical calculations. The precision of their mathematical computations was so remarkable that they were able to plan and build their cities, temples, and pyramids with impressive astronomical accuracy. Mayan agriculture also deeply reflects their profound knowledge and deep respect for the natural world. Despite living in a challenging environment with dense jungles and often poor soils, the Maya created sophisticated agricultural techniques. These included methods like crop rotation and the building of intricate irrigation systems, which let them maximize the productivity of their land. Furthermore, the Maya were exceptionally skilled builders, whose cities were carefully planned and constructed in deep harmony with their surrounding environment. Mayan structures were aesthetically beautiful, but they also had specific functions that were closely tied to their worldview. For instance, the Temple of Kukulkan is cleverly designed so that during the equinoxes, a shadow of a serpent seems to crawl down its stairway. But how did the Maya gain such a profound depth of knowledge and such advanced technical skills? Some research proposes that this wisdom was the direct result of careful observation of their environment, the celestial sphere, and the natural cycles around them. Others, however, suggest that the Maya may have had contact with other highly developed civilizations. The Inca civilization, which extended across the Andean mountain range in South America, is remembered as one of the most complex in ancient history. Despite not having an alphabetic writing system, the wheel, or iron tools, the Incas were able to build a sophisticated and sprawling empire. One of the most remarkable features of the Inca civilization is its distinctive architecture. They built an extensive network of roads all throughout the Andean territory, which connected cities, temples, and fortresses. These roads acted as vital trade and military routes, as well as important ceremonial pathways that reflected their complex worldview. Inca construction methods involved the precise carving and fitting of enormous stone blocks without using any kind of mortar. For this reason, many of their structures are still intact and remarkably resilient, despite the frequent seismic activity and earthquakes in the region. The Incas' incredible ability to adapt and flourish in such difficult conditions is especially clear in their agricultural techniques. They created clever agricultural terraces on the steep slopes of the Andes, a practice that stopped soil erosion and created microclimates suitable for growing a diverse variety of crops. Additionally, the Incas built sophisticated irrigation systems and canals to bring water from mountain glaciers down to their agricultural fields. In the social sphere, they created a complex administrative system and a comprehensive communication network, which allowed them to efficiently manage their vast empire. Despite not having a written script, they used the quipu, a system of knotted cords, which they employed for careful record-keeping and accounting. The Incas also had advanced knowledge in the field of medicine. They performed complex surgical procedures, including trepanation, with remarkably high rates of survival. They made use of medicinal herbs and therapeutic practices that were carefully documented and studied by the Spanish conquistadors. The Nazca Lines, located on the arid plains of Peru's southern coast, stand as one of the most fascinating enigmas of the ancient world. These are gigantic geoglyphs that show animals, geometric shapes, and perfectly straight lines. Their creation was carried out by the Nazca culture, a pre-Inca society whose knowledge of mathematics and astronomy must have been truly exceptional. These enormous figures can only be fully appreciated from an aerial viewpoint, a fact that has led to numerous theories about how and why they were made. One of the most interesting theories suggests that the Nazca lines were created as a part of an advanced agricultural or water-bearing system. Some researchers propose that the lines mark points where groundwater can be found, or that they served as parts of an astronomical calendar. This theory suggests that the Nazca had advanced hydroengineering techniques, which would be a form of lost technology. Another possibility is that the Nazca lines acted as a way to communicate with their gods or celestial beings. This theory is based on the deep spirituality and religious rituals of the Nazca culture, which carefully integrated astronomical observations into their worldview. The gigantic figures, which are visible only from a great height, may have been created as offerings or messages to deities who were associated with water, fertility, and agricultural abundance. The remarkable precision with which these lines and figures were drawn is another source of deep wonder. It has been suggested that the Nazca may have used systems of ropes and stakes to achieve the geometric accuracy of the lines. This careful method would have required a profound understanding of mathematics and geometry, as well as sophisticated societal planning and coordination. Mesopotamia, famously known as the cradle of civilization, was the very place where some of the earliest and most influential societies in human history first appeared. Located between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in what is now modern-day Iraq, this fertile land was home to the Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians. One of Mesopotamia's most significant accomplishments was the invention of cuneiform writing by the Sumerians around 2.5 millennia ago. This revolutionary innovation completely changed the methods of passing on knowledge, allowing for the careful recording of business deals and important historical events. The Epic of Gilgamesh is a prime example of how writing empowered Mesopotamian civilizations to explore complex and deep human themes. In the area of law, the Code of Hammurabi, carefully developed in Babylon, is one of the earliest and most complete written legal codes in all of history. It meticulously controlled various parts of daily life and set up fundamental principles of justice that would deeply influence later legal systems all across the globe. The Mesopotamians also made significant progress in the field of mathematics. They created a sophisticated numerical system based on the number 60, which is the fundamental basis for how we measure time and angles even today. This particular choice made complex mathematical and astronomical calculations possible, which in turn enabled the development of precise calendars and the accurate prediction of astronomical events. Astronomy and astrology were closely intertwined in Mesopotamia, where astronomer priests carefully watched the celestial heavens. They diligently recorded the movements of planets and stars, creating detailed star maps that would be used by future generations. In medicine, the ancient Mesopotamians blended an empirical approach with deeply held magico-religious beliefs. They had advanced knowledge of various diseases and put together comprehensive collections of treatments that included specialized diets, medicinal herbs, and surgical procedures. Mesopotamian engineering and architecture also showed a high degree of complexity and sophistication. They built impressive ziggurats, which were pyramid-shaped temples that served as both religious and astronomical centers. The intricate irrigation systems they created to control river flow turned the dry landscape into a fertile floodplain, thereby encouraging the flourishing of agriculture. The continuous interaction and widespread exchange among different communities provided a rich and fertile ground for the development of new ideas. The natural competition among the Mesopotamian city-states also contributed significantly to their progress, as each one tried to outdo the others in grandeur and achievement. Furthermore, Mesopotamia's challenging natural environment with its regular floods and limited resources, forced its inhabitants to come up with clever and innovative solutions. However, despite these impressive accomplishments, a significant amount of Mesopotamian knowledge has been lost to the sands of time. The Indus Valley Civilization, one of the greatest ancient civilizations alongside Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt, thrived in the northwestern part of the Indian subcontinent. This civilization centered in what is now modern-day Pakistan and northwestern India, continues to astonish scholars with the careful urban planning of its cities, such as Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa. These meticulously planned urban centers were equipped with sophisticated sewage and water systems, which in many ways were superior to those of some cities today. The streets, which were laid out in a precise grid pattern, serve as a testament to a high level of urban planning and a deep understanding of civil engineering principles. What makes this civilization even more fascinating is its apparent social equality. Unlike other ancient cultures, no large palaces dedicated to kings have been found in the Indus Valley. This unique feature, combined with the lack of clear evidence of widespread military conflicts, brings up the interesting possibility that this civilization valued social harmony and collective well-being above all else. The economy of the Indus Valley was fundamentally built on agriculture, making use of the rich alluvial soils that were created by the regular flooding of the rivers. They grew wheat, barley, peas, sesame, and cotton, with cotton possibly being the first place in the world where it was cultivated for making textiles. Furthermore, they had active trade within their own territory and with Mesopotamia, as shown by the discovery of Indus Valley seals in Mesopotamian ruins. Despite these advanced characteristics, much about the Indus Valley civilization remains a persistent mystery, mainly because its writing system is still undeciphered. More than 400 symbols have been found on seals, pottery, and other artifacts, but their meaning still eludes expert decipherment. Moreover, the sudden decline and almost complete disappearance of this civilization around 4 millennia ago continues to be a topic of considerable speculation among historians. Some theories point to a weakening of the monsoons, which could have negatively impacted agriculture and the water supply. Others suggest the possibility of invasions by nomadic peoples, although the absence of evidence for major military conflicts makes this theory less likely. In the dense jungles of Cambodia, the majestic temples of the Angkor civilization stand as silent witnesses to a glorious past. This Southeast Asian metropolis, at its peak from the 9th to the 15th centuries, was the vibrant heart of the Khmer Empire. One of the most fascinating features of Angkor is its complex water management system, which included enormous reservoirs, canals, and basins designed for collecting water. This sophisticated system guaranteed a steady water supply for irrigating agricultural crops during the dry season. Architecturally, Angkor displays construction techniques that have remarkably survived the test of time. The temples of Angkor, built from stone and laterite, are known for their intricate decorations and towering lotus-shaped spires. The precision of the bas-reliefs shows exceptional artistic talent and advanced stone carving technology. Furthermore, the temples of Angkor are astronomically oriented, which indicates a profound knowledge of celestial mechanics. Angkor Wat, for example, is precisely aligned with the spring equinox, which suggests that its layout was not just for aesthetic or religious reasons, but also served an astronomical purpose. However, despite these impressive accomplishments, a significant part of the knowledge that allowed the Angkor civilization to thrive has been lost to the depths of the centuries. The abandonment of Angkor in the 15th century, possibly because of internal conflicts or pressure from neighboring kingdoms, left it to the relentless embrace of the jungle for many centuries. Throughout numerous dynasties, the ancient Chinese created a vast empire, carefully cultivating knowledge and refining skills. They achieved this in diverse areas such as astronomy, medicine, engineering, and art, leaving behind a profound legacy that continues to be relevant and influential even today. One of the most iconic achievements of ancient China is the invention of paper, traditionally credited to Kai Lun during the Han Dynasty, around 105 CE. This revolutionary accomplishment completely changed the ways of recording and passing on knowledge, thereby helping the widespread dissemination of culture, learning, and education. Paper, along with Bi Xing's invention of movable type printing during the Song Dynasty, laid the essential groundwork for the mass distribution of knowledge. In the fields of engineering and architecture, the Great Wall of China stands as a monumental testament to the mastery and strategic foresight of the ancient Chinese. Constructed and meticulously rebuilt over several centuries to protect the empire's borders from invasions, it is an architectural marvel of unparalleled scale, but it is also one of the most impressive defensive structures ever conceived and built. Traditional Chinese medicine, with its holistic focus on the balance of yin and yang and the flow of qi, shows a deep understanding of health and well-being. Practices such as acupuncture, herbal medicine, and qigong have survived for millennia, gaining widespread recognition and acceptance all across the globe. In astronomy, the ancient Chinese made precise observations of celestial bodies and created sophisticated lunisolar calendars. These calendars represented fundamental knowledge for agricultural planning and leisure activities, and they also had a significant influence on Chinese philosophy and worldview. Ancient China also made substantial contributions to the fields of alchemy and chemistry, with gunpowder being one of its most pivotal inventions. This explosive mixture laid the foundational groundwork for the development of weaponry, thereby changing the course of military history across the rest of the world. Ancient Greece, the revered birthplace of philosophers, mathematicians, and artists, has long been acknowledged as one of the foundational civilizations of Western culture. One of its most notable contributions to the vast richness of human knowledge is, without a doubt, the discipline of philosophy itself. Thinkers such as Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle carefully explored the fundamental questions of existence, ethics, politics, and knowledge. Their dialogues and writings have deeply influenced countless later generations and continue to act as a cornerstone in the study of modern philosophy. In the field of mathematics, figures like Pythagoras, Euclid, and Archimedes made revolutionary discoveries that are still fundamental to the discipline even today. Ancient Greek medicine also showed a remarkably advanced approach, particularly embodied in the figure of Hippocrates, who is widely considered the father of modern medicine. Hippocrates and his dedicated followers tried to understand illness from a rational viewpoint, moving away from supernatural explanations. This holistic and observational approach to medicine laid the essential groundwork for scientific medical practice. In astronomy, the ancient Greeks made revolutionary contributions that profoundly challenged the prevailing ideas about the universe. Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference with astonishing accuracy, using only solar observations and geometric knowledge. Aristarchus of Samos proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system long before Copernicus revived and expanded on this idea during the Renaissance. Regarding Greek engineering and architecture, they consistently show a masterful command of form, functionality, and inherent beauty. from the majestic temples and grand theaters to groundbreaking innovations in water supply systems and formidable siege engines. The Parthenon, with its harmonious proportions, stands as a timeless testament to the Greeks' advanced architectural and aesthetic knowledge. From its remarkable engineering and impressive architecture to its sophisticated legal system and highly organized military, ancient Rome held dominance over the Mediterranean world and far beyond. One of Rome's most significant contributions, without question, is found in its unparalleled engineering and architectural achievements. The Romans were true pioneers in the widespread use of concrete, a revolutionary innovation that fundamentally changed construction practices. The Pantheon in Rome is still the largest unreinforced concrete dome in the entire world. Furthermore, Roman aqueducts, with their astonishing efficiency, carried water to cities over vast distances with remarkable precision. Rome's extensive road network, which stretched across the whole empire, greatly aided the movement of armies, merchants, and ordinary citizens. In the area of law, the Roman legal system laid the foundational groundwork for many modern legal structures and principles. With its deep emphasis on equality, justice, and reason, it introduced revolutionary concepts such as the presumption of innocence and the fundamental rights of property ownership. In medicine, the Romans made important advancements in the field of public health. They built extensive public baths, sophisticated sewage systems, and dedicated hospitals. Roman surgery, in particular, reached a remarkable level of complexity and precision, with surgical instruments that could not be improved upon until the modern era. Moreover, its highly organized military structure allowed Rome to maintain a sprawling empire that stretched from Britain to the Middle East. The Roman legion, with its flexible and highly effective combat structure, became the gold standard for military efficiency for many centuries. Long before the arrival of GPS technology, ancient mariners set out on dangerous voyages across uncharted seas. As true pioneers of navigation, they carefully charted paths across the world's vast oceans, making maps and creating clever methods for their journeys. Ancient navigation depended heavily on the meticulous observation of celestial bodies. The North Star, for instance, acted as a constant and reliable beacon for sailors in the Northern Hemisphere. Meanwhile, constellations like the Big Dipper and the Southern Cross served as crucial reference points for figuring out direction and latitude. Sailors learned to read these intricate star patterns, effectively turning the night sky into a celestial map that guided them on their long voyages. Beyond the stars, ancient navigators also relied on the careful observation of natural phenomena. The color of the water, the presence of specific types of birds and fish, and even the way clouds formed could signal the closeness of land. The Polynesians, in particular, developed a deep and complex knowledge of ocean waves and currents, which enabled them to undertake astonishing voyages across the vast Pacific Ocean. From a cartographical standpoint, ancient maps show a dedicated attempt to carefully document and understand the physical world. They meticulously drew coastlines and geographical features and included elements of the cosmology and mythology of their creators. One notable example is Ptolemy's world map, which, even though it had certain inaccuracies, carefully compiled the geographical knowledge of the world as it was known in antiquity. The creation of precise maps was a significant challenge because of the lack of accurate measuring tools. However, ancient cartographers created clever methods for estimating distances and sizes with remarkable ingenuity. By skillfully using geometry and mathematics, they were able to make surprisingly accurate representations of land masses and seas. As time went on, Navigation and mapping techniques became increasingly sophisticated and refined. The introduction of the compass into Europe during the Middle Ages, which came from China, revolutionized navigation, allowing sailors to determine their direction even on cloudy days. This ancient and multifaceted discipline spread across a diverse range of cultures, from Greco-Roman Egypt to medieval Europe. It included the profound search for transforming base metals into shimmering gold and the elusive quest for the elixir of eternal life. Alchemy intricately wove together elements of philosophy, spirituality, astrology, and early science in a dedicated effort to understand the fundamental principles that govern the natural world. Alchemists firmly held the belief that everything in the universe was made of a specific mix of 4 fundamental elements: earth, air, fire, and water. Their extensive work was focused on the careful study of substances and their natural properties, as they tirelessly searched for the mythical philosopher's stone and the fabled elixir of life. Alchemy is often seen as an esoteric discipline, yet its practitioners created practical methods and equipment that laid the foundational groundwork for modern chemistry. Alchemists were among the first to systematically use alembics for distillation, furnaces for calcination, and crucibles for melting metals. Through their numerous and often difficult experiments, they discovered and carefully isolated a range of chemical substances, significantly improving purification techniques. The figure of the alchemist stands at a unique intersection between the mystic and the scientist. Figures such as Paracelsus diligently studied the transformation of metals and applied alchemical principles to the growing field of medicine. With the arrival of the Age of Enlightenment and the rise of empirical science, alchemy gradually came to be seen as a pseudoscience. However, prominent figures such as Sir Isaac Newton devoted extensive time to alchemical pursuits, which suggests that the line between alchemy and science was not always as clear as it is perceived today. In this chapter, we start to illustrate how a significant portion of the knowledge from the ancient world disappeared. Sometimes this loss happened because of human conflicts, and at other times it was caused by the overwhelming forces of nature. This serves as a powerful demonstration of what could have happened to other societies when their technologies were forgotten or were awaiting rediscovery. The Library of Alexandria, located in the very heart of the ancient city of Alexandria in Egypt, remains one of the most tragic and poignant symbols of lost knowledge. This respected institution was a brilliant beacon of scholarship, a vibrant melting pot of diverse cultures, revolutionary ideas, and accumulated knowledge which attracted some of the greatest minds of antiquity. It was not simply a collection of books, but rather a comprehensive academic complex that featured extensive reading rooms, astronomical observatories, and lush botanical gardens. It is estimated to have held between 400,000 and 700,000 manuscripts, which ranged from profound texts on philosophy, science, and religion to exquisite literary works. This formidable stronghold of knowledge acted as a forerunner to the modern university, a dynamic center of research and education that actively promoted intellectual discussions and rigorous investigation. However, the fate of the Library of Alexandria was sealed by a series of unfortunate events, which ended in its ultimate disappearance. Most historical sources indicate that it was a victim of devastating fires and systematic looting, which were directly tied to military conflicts and widespread civil unrest. But its loss represents something far more profound than just the physical destruction of a building and its contents. It symbolized the irreversible disappearance of an invaluable legacy of accumulated knowledge. Unique manuscripts, original groundbreaking works, and significant scientific discoveries carefully preserved for centuries, were irrevocably lost. And the destruction of such texts left irreplaceable gaps in our understanding of ancient history, science, philosophy, and literature. Since the beginning of time, humanity has been inseparably tied to nature, relying on its forces for survival. But that very same power which nurtures life can also, in a single moment, unleash catastrophes of unimaginable scale. The earth beneath our feet, the sky above our heads, and the vast oceans are all dynamic living entities, capable of sudden and devastating transformations. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, hurricanes, and abrupt shifts in climate have, at different times, been the main catalysts in the rise and fall of societies. Early communities strategically chose to settle near rivers and coastlines, taking advantage of the fertility of the soil and the abundance of water for agricultural sustenance. However, these very same locations also made them highly vulnerable to flash floods, tsunamis, or rising sea levels. On the other hand, earthquakes have profoundly shaken the very foundations not only of entire cities, but also of the societies that lived in them. In just a few seconds, an earthquake can change a flourishing metropolis into a desolate ruin, irreversibly changing the course of its history. Thousands of years ago, in the very heart of the Aegean Sea, one of the most mysterious civilizations of antiquity arose, the Minoan civilization. The Minoans, who were primarily centered on the island of Crete, were known for their impressive palaces, exquisite art, and extensive trade network. But this flourishing chapter in human history came to a sudden end, largely because of a catastrophic event, the eruption of Thera. The island of Thera, now widely known as Santorini, was the location of one of the most destructive volcanic eruptions in the entire history of humankind. It is estimated that this cataclysmic event took place approximately 3,600 years ago, and its sheer size was so immense that it irreversibly changed the course of Minoan history. It represented a phenomenon of colossal proportions, releasing energy comparable to that of several atomic bombs. The explosion was so incredibly powerful that it completely emptied the magma chamber beneath the island, which led to the collapse of the caldera and the creation of a gigantic tsunami. The resulting tsunami and the later fall of volcanic ash had a devastating effect on the Minoan coastal cities, severely damaging their infrastructure and vital facilities. The palaces, which served as the central hubs of Minoan social, political, and economic life, suffered immense damage, and many settlements were completely abandoned. Beyond the immediate physical destruction, the eruption of Thera had a profound psychological and cultural impact on the Minoan population. The dense ash cloud that hid the sky could have blocked out the sun for several days, causing extensive damage to crops and fundamentally changing the local climate. This terrifying phenomenon might have been seen as a divine punishment from the gods, which would have undermined faith in the established order and perhaps even in divine protection itself. Pompeii and Herculaneum were vibrant cities full of life and bustling activity. Pompeii, in particular, was a lively center of commerce and social life, with numerous forums, public baths, theaters, and even brothels. Herculaneum, although smaller, was just as prosperous, featuring exquisite villas and residences that belonged to the Roman elite. Both cities were strategically situated in the fertile Campania region close to the coast, which gave them an abundance of natural resources. On August 24, 79 CE, Mount Vesuvius erupted with a force that no one in the region could have possibly anticipated. Although the volcano had shown signs of activity, such as previous minor earthquakes, the sheer scale of the eruption caught everyone completely off guard. The explosion shot a gigantic column of ash and volcanic gases high into the atmosphere, which hid the sky and plunged the entire region into deep darkness. This was followed by a relentless rain of ash and pumice, which started to fall upon Pompeii, slowly but unstoppably burying the city under layers of debris. The roofs of houses, unable to bear the immense weight of the accumulating material, began to collapse, trapping those who had tried to find refuge inside their homes. Meanwhile, in Herculaneum, the danger did not come down from the sky, but instead surged from the sea. A series of devastating pyroclastic flows, which were superheated mixtures of gas, ash, and volcanic rock, rushed down the slopes of the volcano toward the city. Thousands of people died within a matter of hours, and the cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum were completely buried and then forgotten for centuries. It was only centuries later, in the 18th century, that the rediscovery of these cities beneath meters of ash and lava began to reveal their tragic fate and the lives of their inhabitants. Easter Island, renowned for its imposing Moai statues, serves as yet another compelling example of a complex society that experienced a dramatic and profound collapse. How could a once flourishing community, capable of such remarkable artistic and architectural feats, find itself on the brink of complete disappearance? Some theories suggest that natural phenomena played a decisive role in this enigmatic decline. Initially, Rapa Nui was a veritable earthly paradise. The first settlers, who likely arrived by canoe from Polynesia, discovered an island abundantly covered with lush forests. This thriving environment allowed the community to develop a unique and distinctive culture, as evidenced by the construction of the Moai and its intricate social organization. However, over time, the relationship between the inhabitants of Rapa Nui and their surrounding environment began to undergo a significant and detrimental transformation. Population growth and its escalating demands led to unsustainable pressure on the island's finite natural resources. The extensive deforestation necessary for the construction of the colossal statues, as well as for agriculture and the production of canoes, resulted in the almost complete clearing of the island's forests. This process fundamentally altered the landscape of Rapa Nui, triggering a cascading chain of adverse ecological events. The widespread deforestation had devastating consequences for the island's delicate ecosystem. Without the trees to anchor the soil, erosion accelerated dramatically, diminishing the fertile topsoil and making agriculture increasingly difficult. The loss of forests also meant the disappearance of several bird species and a reduction in marine resources, which were essential components of the Rapa Nui diet. This decline in food availability, coupled with the loss of materials for canoe construction, severely limited fishing activities. To this already critical situation, the potential impact of natural phenomena must be considered. Some research indicates that the island experienced prolonged periods of severe drought, which may have been exacerbated by climatic events such as El Niño. Additionally, evidence of past tsunamis suggests that catastrophic events could have further impacted the coastal communities. The confluence of these ecological and human factors triggered a profound socio-economic and environmental crisis. The scarcity of resources led to escalating internal conflicts, and the established social and religious structure began to unravel. The colossal statues, which had once served as powerful symbols of societal power and cohesion, were toppled in acts that reflected widespread desperation and profound discontent. We have previously talked about the development of the Mayan culture as a society, although in this particular case, we will focus on its eventual collapse. One of the most convincing theories suggests that a series of natural phenomena made worse by human activities were the main causes. Mayan agriculture, especially the cultivation of maize, was heavily reliant on the surrounding environment. But this very reliance made them highly vulnerable to changes in climatic conditions. During the centuries before the collapse, the region went through severe and long periods of drought. These droughts would have drastically cut down the availability of water. The scarcity of water would have made it extremely difficult to grow maize and other staple foods, and would have led to a significant drop in the availability of drinking water. To these natural difficulties were added the profound effects of human activities. The expansion of Mayan cities required widespread deforestation to clear land for agriculture and to get timber for construction. This extensive deforestation could have worsened the effects of the droughts, reducing the soil's ability to hold water. Furthermore, the social and political structure of the Maya, which included a complex hierarchy and intense competition among city-states, may have contributed to the collapse. As resources became more scarce, conflicts over the control of land and water likely grew more intense. Wars and competition for limited resources could have led to the destruction of critical infrastructure, such as irrigation systems and water reservoirs. Another theory suggests that internal changes within Mayan society, like political conflicts or social rebellions, may have contributed to its eventual collapse. The ability of Mayan leaders to predict astronomical events and to ensure successful harvests was a key source of their authority and legitimacy. As droughts and crop failures became more common, the population may have started to question the legitimacy and power of their leaders. The eruption of Krakatoa in 1883 stands as one of the most catastrophic volcanic events in recorded history. Days before the main eruption, the Krakatoa area felt earthquakes and saw emissions of steam and ash, which were clear signs of the approaching disaster. But nothing could have prepared the local population or the world for the cataclysm that was about to happen. On August 27, 1883, a series of incredibly powerful explosions, among the strongest ever recorded, completely destroyed the island of Krakatoa. It is estimated that the energy released was greater than that of the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima by more than 10,000 times. The immediate consequences of the eruption were utterly devastating. The explosions created massive tsunamis that crashed onto the coasts of Java and Sumatra, leveling entire towns and villages. The shock waves from the eruption were felt all across the globe, and the deafening roar of the explosions was even heard as far away as Western Australia. However, the effects of the Krakatoa eruption went far beyond its immediate destruction. The explosion launched an enormous amount of ash and fine sulfur dioxide particles into the stratosphere, which created a vast volcanic cloud that circled the entire globe. This atmospheric veil of particles had a profound effect on the global climate in the years that followed. The volcanic cloud acted like a solar shield, significantly cutting down the amount of sunlight that reached the Earth's surface. This led to a noticeable drop in global temperatures, unusually cold summers, and widespread crop failures in various parts of the world. In 1783, Iceland was the site of one of the most catastrophic volcanic eruptions in its entire history, an event known as the Laki eruption, or Skaftaraldar. For 8 long and difficult months, a series of volcanic fissures within the Laki system erupted continuously, spewing out immense quantities of lava and highly toxic gases. The immediate result of this eruption was the widespread destruction of the local landscape. Rivers of molten lava ravaged and destroyed towns, while volcanic ash covered vast areas, making agriculture impossible and causing the death of countless livestock. The volcanic gases released during the eruption formed an acidic haze that spread all over Iceland and beyond, reaching certain parts of Europe. This pervasive haze darkened the sky and severely cut down visibility, negatively affecting the health of both humans and animals by contaminating the air and water. Accounts from that time describe widespread respiratory illnesses, the death of fish and crops, and a significant rise in death rates in both Iceland and certain regions of Europe. But perhaps the most lasting and destructive effect was its profound impact on the climate. The volcanic gases in the atmosphere turned into sulfuric acid, forming an aerosol layer that reflected sunlight and significantly lowered global temperatures. Colder winters and cloudy summers led to widespread crop failures and an increased death rate among livestock. As a result, the Icelandic population suffered through a brutal and devastating famine. It is estimated that about a quarter of the Icelandic population died as a direct result of the Laki eruption and its later effects. Towards the end of its prosperous period, this highly developed society began to experience a decline and eventually disappeared. One of the most plausible theories offered to explain this collapse is connected to climatic and geological changes that altered the course of its rivers. The Indus Valley civilization was heavily reliant on the Indus River and its many tributaries for agricultural irrigation, transportation, and its vital water supply. Geological studies show that the region went through a significant climate shift, which led to a prolonged period of severe drought. The reduction in rainfall would have caused a decreased flow of water in the rivers and their tributaries, thereby threatening the agricultural practices that were the very foundation of their economy. Furthermore, geological evidence indicates that tectonic events happened in the region during this period. Tectonic movements could have changed the course of the rivers, diverting water away from some of the major cities. These changes in river courses, combined with the reduced water flow because of the droughts, could have led to a critical reduction in the water available for irrigation and for human use. Agriculture, which depended heavily on river irrigation, would have been severely affected, leading to widespread food insecurity and a potential economic collapse. The reduction in water resources would also have impacted the water supply for daily life and hygiene, which could have led to widespread health problems and epidemics. Sumerian culture, which flourished in ancient Mesopotamia, provides a rich tapestry of myths, historical accounts, and archaeological discoveries. Ancient Mesopotamia, with its life-giving Tigris and Euphrates rivers, was a region that was naturally prone to floods, especially during the spring thaw in the Anatolian mountains. These were often destructive natural events, but they were also essential for renewing and fertilizing the soil. However, some floods were of such an immense scale that they left a permanent mark on the collective memory of the people. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest known literary works, carefully inscribed on Sumerian clay tablets, tells the story of one such historical flood event. Utnapishtim narrates to Gilgamesh how the gods decided to wipe out humanity with a great deluge, but he was warned to build an ark and save all life. This compelling story suggests that a catastrophic event may have indeed happened, one that was deeply imprinted on the cultural memory of the peoples of the ancient Near East. Archaeologists have found evidence of major flood events in Mesopotamia, dating to periods that line up with the flourishing of the Sumerian civilization. But this evidence points not to a single, massive Great Flood, but instead to a series of significant events that happened over time. While floods in Mesopotamia were predictable to some extent, some of them led to the widespread destruction of settlements and the tragic loss of human lives. The connection between these historical events and the biblical narratives has led some scholars to suggest that the story of Noah's Ark may have had its beginnings in these very occurrences. These stories could have been passed down through generations and adapted to the specific cultural and religious contexts of the people who told them. In the late 10th century, the Vikings, led by the brave Eric the Red, established settlements on the shores of Greenland, a remote and challenging land. For over 4 centuries, the descendants of these Norse pioneers made this inhospitable island their home. However, by the 15th century, their presence in Greenland had completely faded and eventually stopped altogether. One of the most compelling theories offered to explain this lasting mystery centers around the significant cooling of Europe during the period known as the Little Ice Age. When the Vikings first came to Greenland, they found a complex but livable environment, marked by fertile fjords that allowed for cattle raising and agricultural activities. These conditions allowed the Vikings to set up 2 main settlements, the Eastern Settlement and the Western Settlement. They thrived for centuries, keeping a vital connection with Europe through the trade of walrus ivory, furs, and other valuable resources. But towards the end of the 13th and the beginning of the 14th centuries, the climate started to undergo a profound change. Average temperatures across Europe and the North Atlantic dropped, marking the beginning of what is now known as the Little Ice Age. This significant cooling had a profound and harmful impact on Greenland. Winters became colder and more severe, while summers grew shorter and less warm, significantly cutting down the growing season and making agriculture and animal farming increasingly difficult. The expansion of ice fields and the increased presence of sea ice in the fjords would have further limited opportunities for hunting and fishing. Moreover, the cooling climate in Europe had its own effects on the Greenlandic Viking settlements. The demand for walrus ivory and other products may have gone down as Europe itself faced its own economic challenges and difficulties. Greenland's isolation would have become more intense, making the settlements even more vulnerable and precarious. Interactions with indigenous populations, primarily the Inuit, who had migrated south in response to the changing climate, may also have played a part. While evidence of direct conflict is limited, it is plausible that competition for increasingly scarce resources would have led to heightened tensions and potential clashes. Ultimately, the deteriorating climate, combined with economic challenges and tensions with the Inuit, may have forced the Vikings to abandon their settlements completely. The medieval epidemic was on the verge of decimating the European population. The Black Death, which ravaged Europe between 1347 and 1351, stands as one of the most devastating events in the entire history of humankind. It was a pandemic caused by the bacterium Yersinia pestis, which was transmitted from rats to humans by fleas. But the interaction of this biological catastrophe with various natural phenomena, such as earthquakes and droughts, may have significantly worsened its profound effects. Even before the arrival of the plague, Europe was already struggling with a series of formidable challenges. The climate was undergoing a significant shift, entering a period that would later become known as the Little Ice Age. Colder temperatures and wetter summers negatively affected agricultural yields and increased the population's vulnerability to various diseases. This widespread food scarcity, made worse by a rapidly growing population since the 11th century, pushed many communities to the very brink of survival. Natural phenomena, such as earthquakes and droughts, may have played a decisive role in making the crisis more intense. Earthquakes, which were particularly destructive in densely populated urban areas, resulted in immediate loss of life and widespread structural damage. Damaged infrastructure, including sanitation systems and access to clean water, became woefully inadequate, thereby increasing the risk of infectious diseases. On the other hand, droughts, by reducing the availability of drinkable water and diminishing food production, further weakened the already vulnerable population. The lack of nutritious food compromised people's immune systems, making them more susceptible to diseases like the plague. Additionally, the scarcity of clean drinking water could force populations to rely on contaminated water sources, further increasing the spread of diseases. The arrival of the Black Death in Europe, likely through the bustling trade ports of the Black Sea, found a population already severely weakened by widespread famine and pre-existing diseases. The high population density in cities, poor sanitary conditions, and a profound lack of medical knowledge contributed to the rapid and devastating spread of the disease. The European population endured immense suffering, with approximately 50 million people perishing, which was around 50% of the continent's total population in the 14th century. The drastic reduction in the labor force led to a severe shortage of workers, which in turn caused a significant increase in the cost of labor. This laid the fundamental groundwork for profound social and economic changes, including the gradual decline of the feudal system and the emergence of an economy more heavily based on monetary exchange. Similarly, the widespread devastation and immense suffering caused by the plague led to widespread questioning of established authorities, such as the Church. And so, we arrive at the conclusion of this expansive journey through lost technologies and the disappearance of civilizations. These forgotten societies act as a humble and poignant reminder of our own fleeting existence. But history consistently shows us that while great societies may indeed fade away, their echoes resonate through eternity, compelling us to continuously learn and adapt.